Check, check.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the July 1st, special day, 2026 meeting of the Solana Beach City Council to order. Let the record show that all council members are present, as well as a few former council members and mayor. Please join me in the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so this is a very special evening. Today marks a significant milestone in the history of our city as we celebrate our 40th anniversary of the city of Solana Beach, which officially incorporated on July 1st, 1986, with the swearing in of our very first council. To mark this occasion, the City Council has prepared a ceremonial proclamation recognizing this momentous occasion, which will be read into the record and put on display alongside proclamations and special recognitions from our partners at the County of San Diego and the State of California. But before we read the proclamation, we wish to take a moment to honor and recognize the many council members who came before us and laid the foundation for our community. There are 24 of us who have been serving this community over these 40 years, some of whom are with us here today, and will ask that they be recognized and join us for a photo following the reading. So where is my list? Here's my list. I'm going to read all of the names of those who have served on our city council these past 40 years. Margaret Schlesinger, Jack Moore, Marion Dodson, Richard Hendlin, Celine Olson, Paul Tompkins, Terry Renteria, Joe Collegian, Thomas Campbell, Marcia Smerican, Thomas Gollich, Douglas Sherris, David Powell, Lisa Hebner, Dave Roberts, Mike Nichols, David Zito, Peter Zahn, Ginger Marshall, Jewel Edson, Judy Hagenauer, Christy Becker, Kelly Harless, and Jill McDonald. Let's give ourselves a hand. So now we're going to start to read the proclamation. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor McDonald to start the proclamation. We're just going to take a few whereases to mark this.
Whereas the City of Solana Beach is proudly celebrating the historic occasion of the 40th anniversary of its incorporation on July 1st, 2026, and in recognition thereof, its city's officials, staff, and residents are deserving of the heartiest congratulations and commendations. And whereas the rich history of the area dates back to the early pioneers like James Stevens and his wife Susanna, whose historic ranch house was later relocated to La Colonia Park, restored and dedicated as the Solana Beach Heritage Museum to protect and preserve the area's diverse culture, and whereas early families settled throughout the fertile lands of the city to establish a thriving community, giving rise to the historic and enduring first neighborhood of La Colonia de Eden Gardens.
And whereas community leader and developer Colonel Ed Fletcher purchased land from farmer George H. Jones in 1922, officially adopting the name Solana Beach in 1923, and was instrumental in bringing water to the community, which he used to create access to the beach now known as Fletcher Cove, establishing the Central Plaza and donating the town site and beach parks. And whereas after undergoing decades of tremendous growth and evolution as a cherished coastal community, the city of Solana Beach was officially incorporated in 1986 with a historic swearing-in ceremony for the first newly elected city council held on July 1st, 1986, which included Mayor Margaret Schlesinger, Deputy Mayor Jack Moore, council members Marion Dodson, Richard Henlin, and Celine Olson, And whereas for 40 years, the city of Solana Beach has led regional environmental and health initiatives, establishing historic firsts by banning beach smoking and plastic bags, launching a plastic bag recycling program in 2008, installing San Diego County's first LED streetlights, creating a pioneering community choice energy provider, and championing sustainability through the 2007 U.S. Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement, as well as the Mayor's Monarch Pledge.
And whereas over the past 40 years of cityhood, Solana Beach has employed amazing professionals in all areas of technical expertise who have supported the City Council's vision of a safe, strong, and beautiful Solana Beach. And whereas bounded by the Pacific Ocean to the west, the city of Encinitas and San Elijo Lagoon to the north, the city of Del Mar and San Diego Lagoon to the south, and Rancho Santa Fe to the east, this beautiful 3.4 square mile beach community encompasses pristine coastline and treasured public spaces, including La Colonia Park, Del Mar Shores Beach, Seascape Sur Beach, Fletcher Cove Beach and Fletcher Cove Park, Tide Park Beach, and numerous excellent surf spots such as Tabletops, Pillbox, Cherry Hill, and Rock Pile. And whereas today the city boasts a thriving population of nearly 13,000 residents, including artisans, high-tech business owners, and professionals, and features the renowned Cedros Avenue Design District, which serves as an eclectic and distinctive community focal point filled with unique shops, galleries, boutiques, and restaurants.
And whereas the community's vibrant culture and strong civic pride have been showcased for over 4 decades through beloved local traditions, volunteerism, and marquee annual events like Fiesta del Sol, which brings together tens of thousands of residents and visitors to Solana Beach. And whereas the city of Solana Beach continues to maintain its unwavering dedication to the highest ideals of public service, priding itself on a strong sense of community, a thriving local economy, environmental stewardship, and responsive governance, and whereas a visit to the city of Solana Beach proves to any passerby that this is a community built on the hard work, vision, and determination of a population justly proud of its past and bright future.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of Solana Beach, California, that they do hereby commend and celebrate the City of Solana Beach upon the 40th anniversary of its incorporation, and point with immense pride to the many fine opportunities provided to those individuals fortunate enough to call Solana Beach home, and extending best wishes for its continued prosperity, unity, and coastal beauty in the many years to come. Congratulations and happy birthday to Solana Beach. So we're going to take a break for photos, but I want the community and you all to know that this is just the beginning of a year-long celebration of this wonderful event. So we invite every member of our community to join us commemorating these 4 decades throughout this coming year, starting tomorrow night with a very special concert on the beach, that means on the sand, hosted by our Parks and Recreation Department tomorrow night, July 2nd at 6 p.m., where we will read this proclamation again during the break between Atomic Groove and Betamax. It's going to be a really exceptional night, so please join us. So now if all of the council members could come join us down here in front of the dais. Joe and everybody.
Everyone.
Oh, should I grab it?
So how about if former Mayor Collegian starts us off? Would you like to say a few words, and whoever else would like to say a few words of our former mayors and council members, please just take the initiative and stand up and head to over there to the podium. Former Mayor Collegian, you've got the stage. I do.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I was going to come anyway, but I appreciate the phone call and reminder. For those who don't know me, I am known for a favorite saying, and that saying is making it happen together. As a matter of fact, in our 25th anniversary pin, that's inscribed on the pin. That is my suggestion. And that's what's been happening to this city. We've been doing it together. Thank you very much for your serving here. Our commitment to Solana Beach started prior to cityhood with our membership in a town council. I served and others did too. That service led to an 8-member committee called CITI, Citizens Intending to Incorporate. There were 8 of us. We collected enough signatures to put the Solana Beach cityhood issue on the ballot. And thank goodness we won. And here we are today, 40 years later. Here are a few of the important projects, if you don't mind, that we accumulated in the early cityhood years. A new city hall, and oh my gosh, this turned out wonderful. I was here for the auction when it was a dance hall, and it turned into when we made the, Ida wasn't on the council at the time, but the council made the decision to buy it. Our commitment to sand on our beaches, sand replenishment, was very, very important to our city. New joint use library at Earl Warren Middle School. I don't have to say too much about that. It worked out wonderful with the city, the county, and the school district getting together and doing something right. And that's a joint use project. A train stop in Solana Beach is one of, well, at that time it was one of 3, and it still has Amtrak stops in the entire county of San Diego. Grade separation, that's the undergrounding of the railroad through our city. This made the city more accessible, safe, and of course, we encourage the use of public transportation also. Interstate 5 widening and interchange improvement. Oh my gosh, thank goodness we did that. We wouldn't be here today if we didn't. It made such a difference to our city. Renovating Fletcher Cove Community Center, I really don't have to say too much about that. It's turned out very nice. Creation of an environmentally conscious city, which includes a smoke-free Solana Beach. And this was the first city in the United States, continental United States, to ban smoking on its beaches, the first city. I personally will continue to serve our community as members of the Del Mar Solana Beach Lions Club. I was an initial member of that organization. The North Coast Optimist Club. I've been chairman for 5 years now. It was Del Mar Solana Beach Optimist. We changed it to North Coast. There's a Solana Beach City and Historical Society, the Solana Beach Friends of the Library, and the San Aleo President's Council that I'm on. I want to again thank you for inviting me here today to speak. It's a quick scribble on a few things. I hope you appreciated it. Let's continue to make it happen together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Mayor Henlon, would you like to speak?
I just wanted to thank all of you for your dedicated service to this city and your inspiring leadership, because you're continuing something that 40 years ago today, I had the privilege of waking up early in the morning and being sworn in at 7 a.m. at the bluff, overlooking the beach and the ocean. Our plan was to be sworn in 7 o'clock in the evening at Solana Vista, but to prevent the county from having one more day of being able to make land use decisions, we changed things at the end. And the first act we did was to put a 45-day moratorium on any building permits that were pending in front of the county. And at that point, there were 24 at least. Susan Golding was the county supervisor and swore us in. And it has been one of the great privileges of my life to have been at the beginning, the birth of this city. And I think of, I was happy to see Marion here, and Marion and I were on a subcommittee of the council that decided where the city hall would be. And we decided on this building here. And as those old timers will recall, this used to be Diego's nightclub. And right here, there used to be a ball spinning and dancing, disco dancing. And the city bought it, and we've been here since. A good decision, saved us a lot of money. I want to just briefly mention some of the people who were involved at the time of the cityhood. The first interim city manager was Gloria Curry. We then hired Mike Hughes. And Dan Henschke was the city attorney. Mort August was the city engineer. Fred Irwin was the fire chief. Barbara Castleberry was the assistant city manager. Andy O'Leary was the head of the lifeguards. Steve Apple was the community development director. All these people helped create the structure of a whole new city, and it was really an exhilarating experience. And we often were here well past midnight as council members, and with a tremendous support of the neighbors and the people in our community who have continued to help maintain the quality character in Solana Beach. And I am very grateful to all of you for continuing that blueprint that we started then. And I hope we are able to continue it 40 years down and forever to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member, mayor, would like to speak? Smerican? Galich? No? Okay, going once, going twice. Well, believe me, thank you both of you who did speak for your contributions this evening, for reminding us of those names, of those places, of those projects. It was a walk down a long ago memory lane, and a really proud one too. So thank you all. You in the audience know what we're up to. You know, you're the only ones. There's only 24 people in this whole city who has ever served. So you know what it takes, and we thank you very much for your service and dedication when you served for our beautiful city. So thank you for coming tonight, and hopefully we'll see some of you tomorrow night too down at the beach, dancing away, just like this place used to be. Okay, so we will now continue with our business. As you know, that's what we need to do very well. So we are, oh, we have another speaker? Oh, very good. May I please call that speaker, Megan?
Diana Cutlow.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and to all the previous city council members who are here. This is for you as well. Joining the proclamations that you have, we have a proclamation here that's a joint member resolution from Senator Catherine Blakespear of the 38th Senatorial District and Assemblymember Tasha Berner from the 77th Assemblymember District, commending the city on celebrating the 40th anniversary of incorporation. And I'm going to skip the whereases because you all did a beautiful job of whereasing everybody here. But I'm going to go skip right to the bottom and say, be it resolved by Senator Catherine S. Blakespear and Assemblymember Tasha Berner that they do hereby commend and congratulate the city of Solana Beach upon the 40th anniversary of its incorporation, recognize the city's coastal beauty, the many amenities and services provided to Solana Beach residents, and extend best wishes for the city's continued prosperity in the years to come. Dated this day, the 1st of July, 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, our esteemed guests here from former councils, I believe we also have a proclamation that was dropped off yesterday from our supervisor, Tara Lassa-Reamer, and I would like to turn it over to Dion Akers to summarize that proclamation for us.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Again, I join the chorus of celebrating and congratulating so much of the work that's happened in the city. Thank you all, leaders, for coming out. As Alyssa mentioned, we received a proclamation from our county supervisor, Chair Tara Lawson-Reamer. Taking the lead from my colleague here, Diana, I will follow the lead and say, from the County of San Diego, be it proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Reamer and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this first day of July, 2026, that they commend the city of Solana Beach for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the residents of San Diego County, and to hereby declare this day, July 1st, 2026, to be City of Solana 40th Anniversary Day throughout San Diego County.
Yay. Thank you, Dion, for doing that. Okay, anything else? Nope, we're good. Okay, so now we're on to the approval of the agenda. Any changes, City Manager?
No changes this evening, thank you.
Council, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as is? Motion by Edson, second by Becker. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. City Clerk, do we have any oral communication speakers? None. That brings us to announcements, and I have a few here that I will read. A little bit more about the 40th anniversary celebration and the concert on the beach. We're excited to celebrate our city's 40th anniversary with a special one-night-only beach concert tomorrow. Join us in the sand at Fletcher Cove as Atomic Groove kicks things off at 6 p.m., followed by the high-energy sounds of Betamax, all set to a classic Solana Beach sunset. Bike on down and enjoy free bike valet for an easy breezy night by the waves. Don't miss this milestone celebration. Back to School Solana Beach Donation Drive. The second annual Solana Beach Cares Back to School Supplies Drive kicks off today. This is the perfect way to celebrate the city's 40th anniversary by giving back to our community. Throughout the month of July, we're collecting new school supplies to support local students as they gear up for the new year. Drop off donations at City Hall or La Colonia Community Center during regular business hours, and be sure to check the approved supply list on the city website. Solana Circle closure for the 4th of July fireworks. Solana Circle will once again be closed from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Saturday, July 4th, due to the fireworks show at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. The road closures will be at the intersection of Solana Circle and Via de la Valle, and Solana Circle and Nardo Avenue. No vehicles besides public safety vehicles will be allowed to enter or exit during the closure. And finally, as a reminder, all fireworks, including sparklers and poppers, are banned from use in Solana Beach. Fireworks are unpredictable, can cause injury, and account for 44% of burn injuries in the month of July. Fireworks and sky lanterns can ignite structures and then spark brush fires. Please be safe this 4th of July, and as always, keep pets indoors. The San Diego Humane Society has helpful tips on their website to keep your pets safe and prevent them from getting lost during the festivities. City Manager, any announcements from you?
Yes, I have a few this evening. As a reminder, through the 5th, residents should anticipate heavy traffic along Via de la Valle and the corridor as several major regional events are taking place simultaneously. The unusual combination of a major youth soccer tournament at the Polo Fields, the San Diego County Fair, local community events, and increased 4th of July holiday travel is expected to create significant delays throughout the area. Residents are strongly encouraged to avoid the Via de la Valle corridor whenever possible and plan ahead and allow additional travel time if you need to go. Our senior transportation pilot program is officially up and running as of June 17th, and things are off to a really great start. We've already enrolled 14 seniors and scheduled 9 rides, with more signing up each week. We're continuing community outreach and have also applied for the Sandag Flexible Fleet Grant to even extend the program beyond this pilot. So if you need a ride, just call 858-923-1344. And they'll enroll you, and you can book your first trip today. Assistant City Manager, I want to acknowledge we have a guest here, another guest here today. We're excited to welcome Jocelyn Francis as our new Assistant City Manager starting on Monday, July 6th. She's over here in the corner. Yes. Jocelyn brings a valuable experience from coastal communities like Avalon, Monterey, Pacific Grove, and she's where she strengthened her city services and led major environmental projects, has a background in housing, legislative affairs, sustainability, and organizational leadership, which makes her an excellent fit for our coastal community. We're thrilled to have her on board and look forward to her leadership and collaboration in Solana Beach. So welcome, Jocelyn. And with that, that is all my comments for tonight.
Very good. Council, anybody have any announcements? Seeing none, that brings us to the consent calendar. Items listed on the consent calendar are to be acted upon in a single action of the City Council, unless pulled for discussion. Any items pulled from the consent calendar by council members will be trailed to the end of the agenda. Do any council members wish to pull an item? I see none. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, please? Motion by Edson, second by Zito. Please vote on consent. And that passes unanimously. We have no public hearings. We have just one item tonight. It's our community grants, and I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Yes, item L1 is our Community Grant Program Awards for our fiscal year 2026-2027. As you recall, you approved a budget of general fund and money that we received from our trash hauler, EDCO, to accommodate grants to our community organizations that serve back to our residents and the public. Additionally, we have received public arts money, and you identified some additional funding related to that public arts fund that could be used to supplement programs that specifically support public art programs or engagement. So with that, I will turn it over to Dion Akers, our government affairs manager. But I also want to know we have in attendance who helped Dion quite extensively, Cassie I knew I was going to do it. Sardina, our SDSU management fellow, and she's joining us. You've been here about 4 months, yeah, and she'll be here through the fall. We're really pleased to have her, and she's been a great contribution to this program and a lot more here at City Hall. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dion.
Thank you, Alyssa, and I join your thanks for Cassie. She's been an incredible contribution to our team, and we look forward to having her through the fall. Forgive me if I repeat just a couple bits of information that Alyssa already shared as I introduce our 2026-2027 grant, community grants program. Like I said, I'm Dion Akers, here to present on the program here today. The community grants program started in May 2004 when the City Council established the community grant program and its application guidelines. And then just this year, on the March 11th, 2026 meeting, the Council authorized the fiscal year 26-27 grant program and its expenses. As Alyssa mentioned, we have represented on the screen here, $60,000 is available generally from the general fund, and that includes $15,000 from EDCO. We also have the $15,000 in the Public Arts Reserve Fund. At the council meeting in March, council dictated a $5,000 maximum award for our applicants. In a preliminary review, staff have identified 3 applications that could potentially qualify for the public arts funding, and we ask council to keep that in mind. That's Haliciense Folkloric Academy, please forgive me, North Coast Rep, and the Solana Beach Community Theater. Applications for community grants were received between April 30th and May 26, 2026. The city received a total of 14 applications, requesting a total of $65,000. I would note that staff have also reviewed expense reporting and supporting documents from last year's 2025-2026 grant awardees to ensure compliance and program guidelines. All of last year's awardees have submitted documentation, including all returning applicants from this year, and no significant concerns have been identified. For tonight's meeting, staff invited applicants to attend for the opportunity to answer any questions from the council and provide up to 3 minutes of comment or presentation related to their program and application, which we'll get to shortly. We'll go through each application and provide opportunity to speak for anyone who's in attendance. We've also received various slides from the organizations and incorporated them into staff's presentations, which you'll see. Once we've gone through all of the presentations and applications, staff will then use the spreadsheet, which council knows and is used in years past, to have a bit of a working discussion to determine amounts and allocations. And with that, we'll move on to our first, which is Assistance League of Rancho San Dieguito, and that's Impact Coastal Alliance, and I believe
Kathy O'Leary.
Kathy O'Leary is here to speak.
I think that'll work. So, I am Kathy O'Leary, the grants chairman of Impact Coastal Alliance. We were formerly the Assistance League of Rancho San Dieguito. We have left National Assistance League and become an independent organization as of June 1st. That's why our grant said Assistance League, because we were still Assistance League. Leaving the national organization will allow us to better serve our community with greater flexibility, focus, and impact. On behalf of our chapter, I want to thank you for your many years of support for our preschoolers shopping events at Marshall's store in Solana Beach. All 80 students from the Encinitas Head Start program were invited to shop in March of 2026. Research shows that children who arrive at school appropriately dressed have increased attendance and classroom performance. A sense of belonging and confidence goes a long way. Many of these children have never experienced the joys of shopping for new clothes with their families. In previous years, except for COVID, our volunteers, along with school representatives, helped during the registration, shopping, and checkouts. We usually had 2 dates in March when the families were invited to come and shop. Unfortunately, this year, the families did not feel comfortable coming in large groups because of the ice situation. So they were given the gift cards, and their shopping was monitored by the staff at Marshall's. Hopefully in March 2027, we will be able to host an in-person event again and invite you to attend, which a lot of you always do. Beyond clothing, we're giving these children something more: joy, dignity, and a message from the community that you matter and we care about you. Thank you for making this possible.
Thank you, Kathy.
So
Any
those are-
questions? I see no questions.
I know you know us very well.
We do know you very
Yeah.
well.
So
Yes,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Next up is Boys and Girls Club of Northwestern San Diego.
Hello. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present and talk about our proposal today. My name is Vanessa Marshall. I am the new Director of Grants with Boys and Girls Club of Northwest San Diego. Our mission is to inspire, develop, and enrich young people to reach their fullest potential as confident, responsible, caring members of society. To date, we serve about 13,000 youth annually, and within Solana Beach, we have been here and a resource for our community since 1966. Our request is to support our Arts Alive programming at our La Colonia Clubhouse. This programming is essential. It is not something that's extra. For young people, you can go on to the next slide. For young people, arts is essential for their development. It builds confidence, self-expression, creativity. It is a way for them to problem solve and connect with their peers. And as you can see from the slide here, the youth that we serve don't have the opportunity always to participate in art and art experiences. This matters because we need to be able to ensure that our youth are able to develop as a whole person and not just focusing on academics, which arts isn't always included into. And you can go on to the next slide. Thank you. What our youth will experience with these funds is the opportunity to have weekly specialized art. We have a volunteer secured who will come in and show them different art materials, forms of art, and including in this request is a specialized field trip for 40 students to go to the new Children's Museum that has specialized art exhibits available currently. This also includes safe drop-off and pickup for our youth to attend the clubhouse, whether that is via transportation or our staff walking over, and then also, of course, to the field trip as well. Move on to the next slide. What this grant actually covers is an entire year of arts programming for 40 youth at our clubhouse. So this is in addition to the actual field trip itself. And again, that includes weekly arts access, it includes the field trip, and then quarterly targeted experiences, ensuring that they are getting different forms of art mediums and connections. You can go on to the last slide. And this is our bottom line, what this request supports, and the city's investment in safe, engaged, and creative youth within our clubhouse.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions? I see none. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Next up is California Western School of Law.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dana Sisitsky. I'm a professor at California Western School of Law. I'm also the director of the Community Law Project, which is a program of the law school. I think most of you are familiar with our program, but it is a program where law students, undergraduate students, and local attorneys provide resources, referrals, support to various communities throughout San Diego County, including Solana Beach. Our motto is we meet people where they are, and we mean that both physically, in a location that is comfortable and convenient for our community members, as well as psychologically and emotionally, understanding that individuals who seek our help come from a variety of backgrounds. and have individual needs. We really aim to meet people with compassion and have them leave our clinics, our legal clinics, with the tools to address their specific situation. We've been providing services in Solana Beach since 2015 at both St. Leo Mission Church and Solana Beach Presbyterian Church, primarily. We serve about 75 to 100 individuals annually at our Solana Beach clinics. And we also serve about 50 people annually through community legal education presentations within the city. At each clinic, we typically serve 8 to 10 individuals, and the needs vary. Our most common legal needs that we see are housing, immigration, employment, and family law. And we also have Spanish interpreters available at all of our clinics. In terms of our community education, we work closely with various partners in the city, including the local schools and La Colonia Boys and Girls Club. Our biggest partner, I will say, is Casa de Amistad. We have done presentations there pretty much every year for the last several years. We work to really make sure that all of our partners are aware of our services, our clinics, and we also serve as a lifeline, I would say, for emergency situations. So we often, or I will often have some of our local partners call me if there's a family in crisis. Over the last year and a half, that has been a little bit more, a lot more prevalent than I would have liked. And then I wanted to end by sharing a few words from one of our clients who came to the Solana Beach Clinic recently. Really, I'm not going to read it, but you can read it. Really just demonstrating the impact that our program has on community members, not just offering legal assistance, but offering it in a way that treats the individuals with dignity and respect. So, I wanted to thank you all for your past support, and I hope that we can continue providing these services within the city and that you support us in the future.
Thank you so much. Any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Casa de Amistad.
Yeah, I have a few.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Corey Ford. I'm the Director of Programs at Casa de Amistad. And yeah, that's our logo. I have a t-shirt. Yes, so I'll start off here. We are an after-school tutoring mentoring program. We serve over 250 students in kindergarten through 12th grade. Our focus is academics and helping them be successful in their school. And, obviously that leads to other goals that they have in the future. But the strength of the program is the relationships. Yeah, so that was the relationships matter. So this grants, this cycle, if we receive them, will go to support the implementation of new mental health initiatives that are alongside of the academic support, because obviously those things are interrelated. So that will be strengthening our Study Companions program. And what came out of a strategic plan we did recently was in surveys with parents and the students was they wanted more mental health support and resources. And so we are expanding our approach to include, we've always had that relationship-based focus, but we're bringing on some new components to that for wellness support, which of course, again, ripples out into their academic life and throughout their futures. Next slide, please. So I'll just give you all a moment just to imagine a mentor, a person, a caring adult that you had in your life at a key time when you were young. We've all had them. We wouldn't be where we were today if we didn't have those people in our lives. And Casa de Amistad is a space where people can form those developmental relationships. Next slide, please. And so, unfortunately, youth mental health concerns are rising. I'm sure we've all seen a lot of statistics on that. We see it firsthand working with youth every week, and just kind of anything from just lack of just kind of looking you in the eye and having intention to sit in and kind of talk to someone at a table, So we are really leaning into this is a special infrastructure that we have. That's an hour and 15-minute tutoring sessions where people can be together, phone free, and really interact and form those connections. Next slide, please. So we did a great book club as a staff this year. Maybe some of you are familiar with The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt, which again just is all about this kind of thing we've done to our youth where we've lessened the ability for them to interact in real life, in sort of in real life, unstructured ways, and develop those leadership skills, those communication skills, and it's much more of a phone-based childhood. Next slide, please. And so, but youth need those connections, those opportunities to make connections. And again, CASA is a space where they can do that. Outcomes include a stronger sense of identity and the strengths and confidence that comes from that, sense of agency that they, have control over their futures, and connection to their community. We're very much a community-based organization. That's a strength of the program. And our scholarship is called the Future Leader Scholarship because, again, engendering that sense in students that they are going to be leaders in their community. Next slide, please. So why mentoring matters, and again, just if you haven't read that book, I do recommend it. Anyone who's working with youth or knows a young person, just as I mentioned, decline of play-based in-person, free form, free range, like we all used to do when I was a kid, and that everything's very, screen oriented. And his sort of antidote to that, and we would agree, is an emphasis on collective community action. And again, CASA really has that model of connecting youth with nurturing people in the community. And again, loneliness and disconnection is not just a mental health crisis. It has ripple effects for people's, physical health as well. Again, there's lots of studies that liken it to even, smoking a lot, and the bad health outcomes associated with that. You recognize Wilson there from that. And again, identified by our previous Surgeon General as an epidemic, but this isn't just for youth. This is also, it's intergenerational. A lot of people at all different stages of their lives have this kind of sense of not being connected or feeling lonely. And so again, CASA is unique because we're bringing people from all walks of life. We have amazing, retirees that come and join us, bring their wisdom, their life experience, and our mentors to our young students there. Next slide, please. And as I was said, so the mentorship goes both ways. So our Solana Beach residents, students, families, and volunteers coming together and benefiting in this two-way relationship as either mentor or mentee, it's very powerful. And that both get elevated in that dynamic. Next slide, please. So our grant would go to support developing strategic partnerships. We're actually working with True Care. We have a peer-to-peer program where our youth become mental health ambassadors, and again, just a lot of sort of points in our programming that will be focused on this in particular mental health aspect. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, thank you. And there's some of our students on a field trip to UCSD. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate your past support and partnership with City of Solana Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I see no questions. We're good. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Next up is the Community Resource Center.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, and thank you for having us all here this evening. I'm enjoying hearing about different programs that are serving our citizens. My name is Kathy Bird, and I'm the program coordinator for the Holiday Baskets program for the Community Resource Center. CRC's mission in general is helping our neighbors create paths to healthy food, stable homes, and safe relationships. Established in 1979, this has become a very important mission for all of the people that CRC serves. Oh, we can go back one time, thank you. So Holiday Baskets is in its 44th year, and it is a program specifically for individuals that are engaged in services with Community Resource Center. The program serves low-income households, and the primary goal of offering these programs, which there's 3 different programs associated with Holiday Baskets, is to help the participants alleviate some economic stress that many people feel during the holidays. Next slide, please. The 3 programs that I mentioned that make up the Holiday Baskets program are the Senior Gifts Program, which is tailored and designed for senior needs. We serve 200 seniors, all in low-income facilities. They receive either a dignified shopping opportunity or donations that are all new, curated from a curated list gifts for seniors. So they get a bag delivered to them and also a new lap quilt. The Holiday Baskets Program, if you can go back one, please, is a distribution for our unsheltered clients, 50 of them. And again, those are donations that are all new, and those are essentials for daily living. When I say curated list, I'm talking about lists that are designed by our program directors and facilitators of most needed items for either seniors or our backpack folk. And our shopping experience is our client choice shopping dignified experience. We partner with Target for that program. It's happening again on Saturday, December 5th. And we're going to be serving over 1,000 folks. They get to shop at Target for free. They have a budget that they're given, and it's a pretty cool thing to watch. Next slide. We also have a reception and a resource fair at Target. Target opens early for us. We get to close down a couple parking lanes, and we set up a really nice community and resource fair. A lot of community partners come forward, National Charity League, libraries, many dedicated donors to provide extra resources. And these are some of the things that our folks can kind of just go through the fair and decide if they'd like to participate in that part of the shopping experience as well. Next slide, please. So last year, 1,383 people received food. Feeding San Diego comes to the Target Shopping Center as well. Blankets and gifts during holiday baskets. These are some of the quotes from some of the people that we served last year. And of course, we cannot do this without our dedicated volunteers. One day, 368 volunteers showed up, starting at 4 o'clock in the morning, and we were done by 10. So we absolutely cannot do this program without many folks like you who give your time and energy to make a difference in people's lives. So that's it. Any questions?
Councilmember Edson?
Yes. In speaking with staff, I asked the question of how many Solana Beach residents were served by last year's grant.
We had 12, and we anticipate up to 15 for this year.
Okay.
Would you please speak into the microphone so those at home can hear you?
I'm sorry.
That's all right, thank you.
Last year I was 12, and we anticipate up to 15 for this year.
And how were those 12 divided? Were they holiday gift baskets or backpacks?
That was holiday gift baskets.
Okay.
The holiday shopping.
Okay. Thank you.
And Deputy Mayor?
So the holiday shopping meant that they came to Target.
That's correct.
So they needed to have transportation to do that?
They do not, but we have means to do that.
I guess just to follow up on what Councilmember Edson said is I'm wondering what outreach you do and how you do outreach to Solana Beach. I know you're located in Encinitas. You're a wonderful...
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. You're wondering what?
Yeah. How do you do outreach to residents of Solana Beach?
The outreach is done through a variety of ways by program staff. I'm not directly involved in that, so I don't have the exact answer. But through some of the services that they offer and through some of the speaking engagements that they provide.
Okay, I guess I'll have to accept that.
And Councilmember Zito?
Yeah, thanks. And with respect to the program that you were talking about, the 12 people that was served last year, I assume that's 12 people that showed up. So it might be one person that's part of a family.
It was
household.
one shopper. I don't know how many family
members were
members
supported.
that were actually impacted.
Okay, great. That's my
Yes.
question. Thank you.
I see no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dion?
Thank you. Next up is Jalisciense Folkloric Academy.
Well done, Dion.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been working on it all week. And we do have someone here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you again. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this is our proposal for this year. We just try to renew the customs. You know, like every single year we ask for support, right? I am the big supporter with my job and everything. We doesn't ask nobody because I don't have no knowledge to find out people to support us. I am the first one and you're the second ones. So this year we just try to renew. We have kind of like a little stage at home. Since now ICE start, following the people, we just bring the kids at home and we give you classes at home. We just provide one class Mondays right in La Colonia. But, sometimes ICE is around, so we have to be careful with our kids. And their kids are, support La Casa de Amistad. Now, this last year, they support La Colonia when the baskets or something, they also go help with the Dia de los Muertos with Gabi. So I'm feeling we do a good job, because they're coming kind leaders in the community, start doing different things, not just in one place. So we dividing out around, and it's good. So this time we just ask for the support to replace all the supplies that need to be replaced, the platform and the dresses, stuff they have to be changed again. That's it.
Any questions? No questions. Thank you, Elba.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is La Colonia Community Foundation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brittany Canales, and I serve as the president of La Colonia Community Foundation. And our passion is to preserve the history and culture of La Colonia de Eden Gardens, Solana Beach, while creating opportunities that strengthen the health, education, leadership, and well-being of our community. Throughout the year, our volunteer-led organization provides programs and events that bring residents together and celebrate our shared heritage. These include Dia de los Muertos, our holiday tree lighting ceremony, educational scholarships, family resource conferences, and community outreach initiatives. Through all of our programs and events, we have served thousands of community members over the years. The Community Grant Program specifically supports our educational workshop series and resource conferences. Over the past 5 years alone, these grant-supported programs have reached an estimated 500 and more Solana Beach residents. This past year, we conducted and partnered on 8 free educational workshops and community resource events that served approximately 190 Solana Beach residents. Our workshops address needs identified by our community. We hosted a first aid and CPR workshop, a chronic disease prevention workshop, a mental health and healthy aging workshop, a financial fraud prevention workshop, a creative expression and empowerment art workshop, a Know Your Rights workshop, a smoke-free community art and healthy living workshop, and our Adelante Raza Family Resource Conference. These programs were free, bilingual, and family-centered. The feedback we received was overwhelmingly positive, and participants consistently expressed appreciation for having accessible, culturally relevant educational opportunities available in La Colonia Solana Beach. As we look ahead, we hope to continue these workshops and offer even more educational opportunities that respond to the needs of our community and help us reach even more Solana Beach residents. We are incredibly grateful for the city's continued partnership. This grant helps us keep these programs free and accessible, allowing us to provide educational materials, resources, and opportunities that many families might not otherwise have access to. It allows us to continue empowering residents, strengthening community connections, and improving access to resources for Solana Beach families. Thank you for your consideration, and these are just some of the pictures from a few of our conferences. So this is the Adelante Raza Family Resource Conference. Before that, we had some of the first aid, and then the next one there was a newer workshop that we added this year, which was empowerment through art to help with relaxing and mental health. And is there any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you. Next up is Mainly Mozart.
We have 4 slides. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jonathan Goodmacher, and I am a resident of Solana Beach, but I'm also a board member of Mainly Mozart. I understand this is the first year that we've come before you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak for a couple minutes. I'll keep an eye on the little lights. So Mainly Mozart, just so you know, it's been around for nearly 40 years. It's a San Diego-based nonprofit. We actually have our headquarters in Southeast San Diego. But we bring world-renowned musicians to San Diego. And part of this is we bring them here to participate with some youth. And I'm here tonight not asking for money for Mainly Mozart as an organization, but for our what's called our youth orchestra. Could I have the next slide, please? So the youth orchestra has got over 350 kids in age from 5 to 18 with 44 different zip codes throughout San Diego County, including here. And the reason I'm asking for some money here tonight is that Solana Beach is actually the headquarters of the youth orchestra. We practice at the Calvary Lutheran Church every Saturday, and often, at least once a year or more often, we'll have community concerts that are open to the public for people to come and enjoy. Could I have the next slide, please? So the benefits to the students are musical education and artistic growth, of course. They get to work with, as I said, world-class musicians. We have them practice leadership and teamwork skills. Practicing and learning music has been proven to develop confidence in young people. And it also gives them an opportunity, as I said, to participate in community service by putting on free concerts for community members. Again, for the community, free classical music concerts, cultural enrichment opportunities, and the opportunity actually to reach out to seniors, because some of the things that we do with youth orchestra is we go to senior communities as well as just to the community. May I have the last slide, please? Thank you. So we're asking for $5,000, and again, this is only for the youth orchestra. It's going to help us with our rehearsal space here in Solana Beach, bring in teachers and educators to work with the kids on their weekly instruction, and these are year-round programs. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Very good. Any questions? Councilmember Edson?
Thank you, Jonathan, for the presentation. Sure. How many Solana Beach kids are involved?
I don't have an exact number on that. I do know that there are some. There's over 350 kids in the youth orchestra at various levels from out the county, but I don't have the specific number for Solana Beach.
Actually, I'm finding it here. It says 9 MMYO students
There
who
you
live
go.
in Solana Beach.
Okay.
And then in the grant application, it talks about concerts at La Vida, Calvary Lutheran, and St. James.
Right.
Are those all free to the public?
Yes.
And are you paid a stipend by, say, La Vida for coming or anything like that? Do you know?
To my knowledge, we're not, but I'm not positive about that. I can get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Edson? I mean, Zito?
It's like she gets to go again.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jonathan. Thanks for the presentation. I guess the one question I have is, with respect to the students in the youth orchestra, is there a program to support disadvantaged youth with that? I mean, so I'm assuming is there a cost to participate for one in the youth orchestra?
No, there's no cost to participate.
Right.
And
But obviously playing music, buying an instrument, for example, is very expensive. So is there any programs or such to help disadvantaged students?
yes, the children are given access to the instruments.
Okay, great, thanks.
And Deputy Mayor McDonald has a question, too.
Okay.
First, let me say I wish this existed when my kids were growing up here. When my son in 4th grade came home and said he wanted to learn how to play an instrument, there were 3 Solana Beach elementary schools who were sharing one music teacher. And I recently went to the 100th anniversary of the school district and saw that they have a whole orchestra now. So I'm wondering about the outreach that you might be doing, since there obviously are students in our elementary schools, at least, who are playing instruments.
I'm not exactly familiar with the outreach, to be honest. I do know that they do have the music director and some of the other staff will go out to the schools and make presentations, if you will. But I'm not exactly familiar with what they're doing in terms of that. Sorry.
And Councilmember Edson does have a second
I
question.
do. Thank you, Mayor. These free concerts that you hold in Solana Beach, how does the public become aware of them? Are you putting it out on social media? Are you advertising in the paper? I mean,
Mainly Mozart does do a lot of work on social media. I know that, and actually I've taken my mother to several of these, and that's how I found out about them was through social media.
thank you.
So you have about 9 Solana Beach students who are in the orchestra.
Correct.
And you're benefiting Solana Beach, the public who comes to hear through these different venues.
That's
Is that
correct.
And there's no charge for those, just a,
No charge,
okay,
right.
okay, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is North Coast Rep.
Hello, I'm Steve Smith. I am here on behalf of North Coast Repertory Theater, specifically the theater school at North Coast Rep. First, I just want to say congratulations, Solana Beach, on 40 years. As someone who was also incorporated in 1986, I'm especially touched and honored to be here as part of this. Truly, I'm honored to also be here among so many other wonderful leaders in the community. I was here maybe 3 years ago. I'm filling in for Ben Cole. He's the director of our theater school. I'm here in his stead tonight, and to get to hear about so many different organizations around the community that the city so generously supports. It's no surprise to me why Solana Beach has the culture and the esteem that it has. I am here to ask for support for 2 specific programs this year. We produce 8 productions at the theater school every year. We're requesting for support for 2 of them. One is our fall production. It will kick off our next season. It's Clue. You might have played the board game. You might have seen the film. It will be a tremendously fun production for our students and our audiences alike. But the one that is coming up most imminently is The Winter's Tale. It is part of our annual tradition of summer Shakespeare. We have been generously supported by the city of Solana Beach for over a decade in our summer Shakespeare tour. It did not start as a tour. It was only at La Colonia Park, where I get to see the Boys and Girls Club present as well. And some of my favorite memories from the last 10 years are seeing their arts students join us during our rehearsals after their hours and sit and watch as we bring to life Shakespeare and the language in such fun ways. It's a beautiful moment for our community. This summer's production of The Winter's Tale will start, we'll have three weekends of performances. We will conclude at La Colonia Family Park. What we're asking for in support will specifically go to professional artists like myself, folks who serve as directors or as costume designers, props designers. This year, our props designer is actually an alumni of the theater school who is helping now craft some unique objects for this production. We are a free performance for all residents of Solana Beach. So we serve hundreds of folks every single year, folks who mean to watch Shakespeare, who come to La Colonia Park on purpose, and plenty of folks who honestly are there to enjoy the beautiful weather and climate and see some folks in interesting costumes, professional costumes, but really lovely costumes, and come and join us and sit for sometimes 5 minutes and sometimes the entire 90 minutes. It's a real joy to be able to bring a love of literature and appreciation, not just to our students, but to the community as well. We've got some photos of past performances around La Colonia. Again, we've been doing performances there for, I believe, 12 or 13 years now, and have been supported by the city of Solana Beach each and every year, for which we are immensely grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I see a question. Councilmember Zito.
Yeah, thanks for coming and presenting. I guess you may not have this level of detail with you, but in your application, it talks about 1,000 Solana Beach residents. I assume that's people attending the performances, that's all of that. Do you have any idea how many Solana Beach students are actually participating in your program?
That's a great question. I'm not sure exactly how many Solana Beach students specifically. I know a couple of our regulars live in the Solana Beach area. We do support and serve students from all over the county, mostly North County.
Yeah.
But I know we've got a few Solana Beach residents for sure.
Thanks.
And Councilmember Edson.
Yes. Okay. So we know the date, June 30th to 31st, La
right.
Colonia Park, 90 minutes long. What time does it start?
5:30 p.m.
All right. Thank you.
We should be wrapping up just as the sun begins to set.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Pathways to Citizenship. And I'm not sure if we have anyone here from Pathways, but we've got information from, their full application is in your binders, obviously, Council, and we've got some information here on the stage. And I'm sorry, not on the stage, on the screen here. Lots of art to talk tonight. And I would just note that this grant application for Pathways to Citizenship is designed to fund legal services for the program and the ancillary costs for those legal services.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Next program.
Next up would be Solana Beach Backpacks for Kids.
My name is Amy Bryan. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. Because it's a brief time, I don't want to spend too much of that time conveying our deep gratitude for last year's grant, but suffice it to say that without the city, this market cannot happen without your generosity. The city is also generous every single week in participating with our Free Farmers Market in terms of volunteer activity. I'm looking at several of you on the board. And in terms of coordinating with us also, thank you to the city staff for providing space for this event to take place. Many of you know that we hold a farmers market, a free farmers market, every weekend at La Colonia de Eden Gardens Park. At this market, absolutely everything is free. No one is asked for any sort of documentation about income or citizenship, and no one is asked for money. We say that everyone helps and everyone eats because all of our wonderful volunteers in all of our community help to unload about 4,000 pounds of produce, bread, staples, snacks, and pizza from our vehicles in the parking lot, and then puts all of this on display on 20 tables at the park. This is an activity of true community spirit, and everyone is welcome there. This area of our community is extremely diverse. Some of the folks are participating because this is fun community. Some are participating because this is the only social event of the week where they find activity compelling. Some of our families are actually suffering from some nutritional deficits. Many of the community that live near our park are able to obtain food at local markets. However, the availability of a variety of fresh, affordable produce near the park within walking distance is not quite as simple. So thanks to our city, in terms of grants and other participation, our families are no longer suffering from this nutritional desert that they can find themselves in. The focus of our market is indeed the free produce. Furthermore, this produce is obtained from market extras and would otherwise be put into the burden of our landfills. Our market, and therefore our city, helps to rescue hundreds of thousands of pounds of food, good, clean, nutritional food, which would otherwise be contributing to unnecessary greenhouse gases and to our landfill problems. This year, we're not asking for glamour items. These are not sexy. This year, we're asking for the very basics to make this possible. We're asking for gasoline for our vehicles to go and pick up the food. We're asking for electricity to fuel the beautiful space that you have all connected us with. And we're asking for funding for EDCO trash pickup because we do still generate some waste. None of these are glamour items, and that makes them much harder to receive donations or even grants for. These are the underpinnings that make nonprofits and mutual aid efforts like ours possible. We very much appreciate your consideration, we appreciate your past support, and we appreciate your continued support for our market, because truly Sunday is the best day of my week. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I see no questions. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is the Solana Beach Civic and Historical Society.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kathleen Drummond, and it's always humbling to hear about all these wonderful organizations and then standing here and talk about a YouTube channel. But we were asked in 1989, the Civic and Historical Society, to become the custodian of the city's history, and we take it seriously, and that's why we've been here for years and are so grateful for the various awards we have received to make sure that literally a room full of archival materials doesn't go up in smoke but it's been digitized and is now accessible through our digital assets, our Google Drive, our website, and our YouTube channel. So we've made progress on a lot of efforts to continue to expand historical videographies, including with each of you, most of you here. And I just want to let you know, it's an update just this morning. We've been working with the editors who are pulling those together, and we'll start rolling them out and look for ways to make them to create a splash, to maybe compile the interviews that we've done with you into some sort of short version with clips that could be shown at various public meetings, for example, and also on our YouTube channel. We've also added to that those videographies over the past year. I won't say all of the words. And we have completed, just this morning, I returned a huge box of hundreds and hundreds of articles that we digitized for the lifeguards, the Marine Safety Division, articles going back to the 1930s, as well as amazing photos of Solana Beach lifeguards over the years. And we hope to continue to look for ways to maybe make some of those items accessible. I've shared the folder on the Google Drive with Evan, and he's going to be culling through some of those materials for a lifeguard reunion that's coming up later this summer, I think next month or in August. We've also added to our digital records a lot of archival material provided by the Friends of Homewood Canyon, and that group was very instrumental in really creating the environment that allowed for the incorporation drive to succeed. We've responded to research requests throughout the year. I, again, won't read all these words. And we continue constantly to expand our website content, including pulling up archival material such as Ed Fletcher's memoir, which he wrote in, I want to say, 1952. We did not spend all of last year's grant money. You can go on to the next slide if you'd like. And so we have a carry forward. In past years, we've had carry forwards and they've been honored. We've taken that into consideration and reduced our grant request this year pretty considerably to $2,000. And that'll help us continue to maintain the costs of having a website, having a YouTube channel, and all the related security and domain licenses and all that kind of stuff that goes with it. So what we're planning this year, if we are again awarded grant funds, is to continue expanding these videographies that we've been working on over the years with you all. We've been working on trying to do interviews with Solana Beach military service members, and I've started interviews with one of the members of the South Cedros Property Owners Association. We know that there are several restaurants that are having significant anniversaries this year and in coming years, and so we're trying to track, the business community into those digital records for us. And then we continue to keep folks apprised of what we've been doing through our newsletter and our website. And any questions?
I see no questions. Thanks, Kathleen.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up is Solana Beach Community Connections.
Hi, I'm Peter Gorovich of Solana Beach Community Connections. I can't resist a connection to the Historical Society because, first of all, I love history, but I live in a house that once belonged to George Wilkins. I lived next door to George Wilkins. He built the original version of our house. We completely remodeled it to be unrecognizable to him. And so the house that I live in is between him and, he lived on one side when we moved in there, and Steve, his nephew, lived on the other side. And I remember also we moved into that house in 1983 before we were a city. So seeing all these people here when we became a city was very meaningful to me. And I remember one of the first things I did with my older son, Alex, I remember going to the city council meetings, and if you know there's a stop sign where Corto and Nardo go. That stop sign is there because my son Alex came to that city council meeting when he was 10 or 11 years old and said, we need a stop sign right there. Alex, if you remember him, some of you remember him from that age. We need a stop sign there, and I don't want any kids getting killed because there's no stop sign there. And if you remember what the county was, the county was like, they didn't believe in stop signs at that particular point. They opposed it. And the city council said, no, no, no. We were now a city council, and we had the authority to do things like that. We could overrule the county planning offices because they had a different theory. So there's now a stop sign there because we are where it became a city in 1983. Yay. Anyway, those are some historical memories. That's not why I'm here, but I'm happy to hear that. So I just wanted to thank the city for its support for its program for last year. What the support the city has given is very vital to us, and we're essentially requesting continued support from the city to continue our programmatic activities. It pays for what we do to help older people in Solana Beach. The expenses are listed in the material that you have. Essentially, it does the programs that we do to help older people with things like lectures on things like what to do if you fall down, or other programs that we do on, we're having one on how to fight flus and colds, or the next program that we have coming up, well, the next one is on music education, but the one after that is coming up on how to fight flus and things like that. We also have lectures on public affairs. We have our own version of holiday baskets that we do. We have Games Day that we do once a month, which people enjoy, and a whole series of programs of that kind. We have a writing program. We have a book club. We've done things for older people to use how to deal with cell phones. As you know, that for older people, that is, many people aren't used to it. That's a very big problem for them. So there's a whole series of activities, and it takes us some amount of money to support these activities. The city provides the facilities for that, and the red light is already on for me, so I better hurry up. The money that we got from the city pays for these things. We found, interestingly, that the request that we put in last year, actually we discovered wasn't fitting very well with the modern world, because the publicity, a lot of our expenses came in publicity, and we discovered that actually the publicity comes through the web, and the most important way to do publicity is to deal with somebody who can manage the web very well. So a lot of the expenses that we are generated has to do with that. Most of the work that we do comes from the volunteers that we have, the people at our board and other kinds of volunteers, but there are some other kinds of expenses that come from paying for somebody who can manage the web, people who can pay for insurance and things like that. These very practical things have to get paid for. So we're deeply grateful to the city for funding, for paying that kind of money, for funding those kinds of expenses that are outlined to you. We're very grateful for the support that you gave us last year, and we hope that you'll be able to do this again for us next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I have a question from Councilmember Edson.
Thank you for the presentation, Peter. So in reading through your application, I noticed
Yes.
that you had through your holiday baskets program last year 55 baskets that
Yes.
were distributed in 2025.
Yes.
And this year you're asking for, or actually your total category for the budget for those 55, is it still going to be, are you still looking at anticipating 55 or so baskets?
That's an approximation. We actually had a meeting about it the other day. Every year we're going to try to grow it more. These are baskets for isolated people. Our goal is isolated people. It was interesting about the other people in those baskets, thinking of coordinating more. We're isolated people. So part of our effort is how do we identify isolated people? How do we find them? And so if we can find isolated people, we will expand it. We're going to try to do that. If we can do that, we will generate more of them.
Okay, so 55, let's say you do the same as last year or more,
Yeah.
and your total budget is $900 for that. That's pretty impressive.
Well, is that what I put down, $900 for that? Yes.
Total category budget,
Oh, that's a mis-
900.
Okay, yeah.
Requested city
that's too much.
contribution, yeah,
That's too
400.
much. But yeah, the expenses on baskets, most of the baskets come from volunteers. And one of the things, you guys have seen that, because we put baskets up here about at holiday time out here, and people, it's extraordinary how much people put in. We let it be known, and people keep bringing stuff here. Most of the stuff that's given out is not things that we purchase or anything like that. It's volunteer stuff that people bring in. The expenses go in the bags, in the baskets, in finding things to put it in, and or the tape, stuff like that. $900 is too much. I don't know why it says that. I will look at it. That's not.
It says that's your overall category budget, but that aside, so I know that you worked with the city and we did the Solana Beach Cares for the last quarter was your holiday gift baskets. That's when we were having people do donations that you then put together and you identified these 55 residents in Solana Beach who were in need that were seniors.
Yes, it's completely Solana Beach residents. Yeah.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Deputy Mayor, you're up.
Thank you.
So I think if you divide 55 baskets by $900, it's relatively inexpensive. Many of the things are donated, but we've got to have the baskets themselves, the ribbons, the cellophane, the things that don't get donated, the socks, the personal care items. The money gets used to fill in those things that we don't get donated.
The money goes into stuff like that. It's mostly
Thank you, Peter.
I wasn't questioning the expense, but
yeah. Okay.
We're wondering where does it go to? Yeah.
Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, last but not least, Solana Beach Community Theater. Do we have? Oh, we do have someone here.
Happy birthday. I was 16 years old when my mom joined the city council, and I knocked on many, many doors. And it brings me so much pride. I moved back to Solana Beach 14 years ago with my husband so we could raise our daughter in this city. I mean, that is a great reason to move back. And since then, I had a flourishing Hollywood career, and I gave up my career to be a mom, and I got bored. And, it wasn't all about driving my kid to school every day. So I started my community theater. I've always run it like a nonprofit, but I didn't get nonprofit status until 2021. Had to hire a lawyer for that. I learned the hard way. And I have been a volunteer and never paid myself one thin dime for all of those 14 years. I started with the Boys and Girls Club, partnering with them. That's how I found kids, and eventually moved to my backyard because I had a parting of ways. They were not being nice to me at the Boys and Girls Club, and I was spending a lot of my own personal money, and formulated exactly 8 years ago today, moved into my space. Rent in Solana Beach is expensive, so you'll see that I make a lot of money. I do charge fees, I do charge tickets. We don't have a theater here that I can rent, nor anywhere in North County. So I have to rent in Oceanside. I rent from the Rancho Santa Fe School District, and I'm probably going to be moving to a theater down in Normal Heights this fall, just to do my shows. So my rent is over $5,000 a month, and so that's my major expense, not to mention paying for air conditioning and water and insurance working with children. It's crazy. I was donated 12 microphones when I started from a failing Huntington Beach community theater. My friend was the board there. They gave us those microphones. I have 4 left. They keep dying on the vine. I lost 2 in my last production. So I come here today going, I have a need. It's microphones. And what you don't know is how much I have done in this community, not for just me, but my kids. If you are on a scholarship, I have 13% of my kids are on scholarship, and they must do community service. My friends at the Historical Society will tell you that I have families that come and set up our chairs at every one of our program meetings. They pick up trash. They also come to the free farmers market. They help out at Dia de los Muertos. I make them part of our community, even if they aren't part of our community, to say, don't you wish you could stay here in Solana Beach? I have roughly about 20 to 30 kids per year from Solana Beach, and they're just wonderful families. We perform at the school district's Halloween Carnival, Dia de los Muertos. Every year for the past 3 or 4 years, we've done the tree lighting ceremony with the La Colonia Foundation, and guess what? I pay for a professional sound person, bring in our own sound system to that event every year because the city's sound system is not good enough for me. And so I bring our own equipment and actually make it sound better. And this year I'm hoping to help Dia de los Muertos out again. So those are some of the things that you don't know about our community theater, that we actually have a community theater that does things for the community within the community. I wish I could do more. I used to have my kids sing every Thursday night and be the 15-minute break for the band, the concerts. And my kids would go out and do a little dance number. And then Kirk's like, okay, you done doing this? I'm like, I'm a little tired. So we haven't done it the past couple of years. But I do try and get them out there. And Kirk always tells me, nope, St. James has the tree lighting down at the beach. You can do La Colonia. I'm like, done, let's do it. So anytime there's a need, if you need a kid to sing the national anthem, trust me, I got them. But my need is simple. We need equipment, and I will use it here within our city and at other events that you all need as well.
Thank
Questions?
you. Councilmember Edson?
I didn't even get to push the button yet.
I can see you going for it.
She knew you had a question. I also want to say I hired Kelly Harless's daughter, Robbie, as part of my program. She did not even go to my community theater. She couldn't get a job when she graduated college. I said, come on down. And she is also working for me now.
Thank you for that. So your application says shows occur both at our theater space in Solana Beach as well as at parks when we perform at local events. And you spoke to the fact that you're performing at local events, and I've seen your kids out. But you, in your presentation, you mentioned moving to...
We do 3 main stage shows a year, and there's no theater here in Solana Beach that allows us to perform at. So we have to rent other local spaces. So we rent Roger Row out in Rancho Santa Fe, a warehouse up in Oceanside, and this new theater that's down in Normal Heights.
So I know you've been performing in Solana Beach before in your rehearsal space.
It's tiny.
Yes. So
So-
are you going to continue to do that?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
All of my summer camp programs are done there, and we do small shows. We did Secret Garden there. I did Little Women, small shows that I can fit because it's not very big.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see you're buying microphones with different colors to match people's
Course.
face color. So I thought
I got to say, I actually think it's very hard to find them for African American children. I have quite a few right now. And I think that's a good problem to have, that it's hard to find them because there's so many opportunities now for people of color on the stage.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much, JoJo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. That concludes our presentations of the applicants. Holding time for just any additional questions or comments from the council before we move on to our worksheet.
I'd just like you to go over the requirements for the public arts funds. If you could, they have, so whatever we give those funds to have a specific set of conditions. So they have to be.
I'll
Yeah.
look to our city attorney and deputy city attorney on that.
I can start, and then if Alyssa might back me up, that might be helpful. But going way back to a TOT special tax from 2006, which was passed in 2006, that required that 2/3 of the increased TOT revenue be allocated to the sand replenishment, and the rest of it was to be allocated to coastal area business visitor assistance and enhancements. And so part of that portion of the TOT was to fund activities such as local businesses and visitor promotion, including local chambers of commerce assistance, special events, and the public arts projects. And in this case, those public arts projects are not limited to the permanent art programs, but that can be cultural performance with the caveat that it needs to promote visitor service and access.
Okay, so it has to be reaching out to visitors. Does that include our own residents, or is it?
It does, but do you?
Yeah, I think how it has been viewed is it can be both the residents and the visitors alike, but it has to be broadly public.
Broadly
Yes.
public, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so that will help us because we have 15,000 in public arts and 50 or 60,000.
60.
60,000 and the rest of it. So we have 75,000 total?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, all right, okay.
And maybe can we start with a recommendation of, based just on staff's review of what could qualify for the public arts funding?
Thank you.
That's correct. And based on our initial review, we believe that 3 applicants could qualify for the arts funding that we just discussed.
You get another chance.
Yeah. Halacintier, Folkloric Academy, I apologize. North Coast Repertory Theater and the Solana Beach Community Theater.
Okay, so those 3, all right. So council, are we all in agreement that we would give them their requested $5,000 each for, from the Public Arts Fund? Anybody opposed to that? Okay, so if we can just fill those in, please. Get that out of the way. And so the mainly Mozart is not considered because it is not widely available.
There are public performances, but how the money is used is not directly. And so I would just say, since we have 3 qualifying organizations and we have 15,000 that you had initially identified of public arts, we should just use that, those 3 groups.
They're clear without any kind of question. Okay. Okay. Let's just go from top to bottom. Assistance League. I'm happy to provide the full 3,000 request. Anybody opposed to that? I see nobody opposed, so those are all going to be filled in with the full request of 3,000. The Boys and Girls Club. Even though that is art this year, it's not public art, it's not visitor serving, so this is just from our regular pot of money of 60,000. I love this organization and love this particular program, so would put down the whole 5,000. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Cal Western Law Project, I'm good with the full grant. Yeah, okay, everybody is. Casa de Amistad, I'm good with the whole grant. Okay, and then Community Resource Center. I think I have some questions about that one, and I have a sense that others might as well. I adore Community Resource Center. I know that they do so much good work for our community, both from, people fleeing abusive relationships and are unhoused. But there didn't seem to be a lot of bang for the buck for our Solana Beach residents in that one. And if I were to look at those that they served, it would be, I would be willing to put up $2,000 there. Does anybody have any other thoughts on that? Councilmember Redson, you are up.
I agree with you. CRC's one of the grant applicants whom I've contributed time, goods, and money. I think most of us contribute to most of you, personally as well as on council. I have difficulty supporting the grant application in the full amount. While Holiday Gift Baskets is a really heartwarming program, our grant dollars are meant to support Solana Beach residents, and what we're hearing is 12 last year, maybe up to 15 this year, and if you do the math, they say the budget is 103,000. They're projecting to serve 1,000 or more individuals. That's 103 per person if it's only 1,000. So it seems like 1,500 would cover those number of
I read it
individuals.
a little differently. Where's there an F? Let me just see. I read it that they 5 to 15 at $5,000 would be $1,000 to $333 to $1,000 per person.
Right, but if you look at the budget, so wait a minute, which one are they? The numbers don't match. Are they F? Which one are they? I think F. Nope, that's community.
Well, while you're looking, I'll go to Councilmember Zito.
Yeah, thanks. I agree that there's probably some feedback to give that, the program it'd be helpful if there's a more clear tie to a broader segment of Solana Beach residents. One of the reasons I asked the question I did, though, if you look at the number of residents they serve, which they said 12, but of course that's not the whole family. So, as far as number of residents that are being served, it's actually just as much as some of the other applicants, because if you count the family the way that they are, I think mainly Mozart was 9 residents, if we look at that one. I also think that, previously in the past, when Assistance League moved out of Solana Beach, we gave them a little bit of pressure saying, hey, we'd like to put it in Solana Beach. And they eventually did figure out how to come back to Marshalls as opposed to going to Target to show that it was serving Solana Beach. So I think math is great. I don't think math always represents the benefit to the community an organization is providing. And so I would be much personally inclined to get closer to their 5,000, to be more like 3,000 or maybe 2,500, and just say, hey, given the benefit of the doubt that there's more benefit going out there for our community members, because they are such a great and incredible organization, and then say, hopefully in the future you can come back and, clearly these initiatives are incredibly challenging, but I'd love to see them actually do something at Marshalls instead of Target and Encinitas, which then would probably appeal to many more Solana Beach residents and draw in a lot more Solana Beach residents. I know they used to be at Fairgrounds when they did that, and that of course also was bringing in more Solana Beach residents. So, but again, like with Assistance League, we gave them some time, said, hey, this is our feedback. We didn't just say, go away. So I would kind of like to do that with CRC and make the number a little bit higher, just to give them the benefit of the doubt that they are actually providing this benefit, because we know what a wonderful organization they are.
If I could complete.
Had a side conversation with the city manager, had a really good idea. We do have 2 senior-only communities here, Silverado and now the Palms. And I mean, I think we all have such regard for our community resource center, and if perhaps the representative here or whoever is identified could work with the city manager to reach out to the residents in those communities and to serve them more directly. Perhaps we could, parenthetically put up there the full grant if we can come to some sort of an agreement with working together to get direct benefit to our Solana Beach seniors.
Yeah, maybe we could kind of split it into 2 sub-buckets.
Okay.
And do either 2,000 or 2,500 for CRC directly to continue in the programs that they've been doing, another 2,500 after they've kind of worked with myself, our new assistant city manager, and our government affairs to plug in more directly to these 2 communities. And I have some other ideas around healthy communities for those senior communities that I think CRC is a perfect fit for as well.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's not baskets, maybe it's other services and support that we can work together on that is really meeting their needs.
Let's continue with Councilmember Edson, then we'll go to Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Okay, so Solana Beach Community Connections is already doing senior baskets for our senior population here. I don't know if you're asking for them to work together to make sure that this program is well-funded and works, or if it's separate, but I had another thought too. During last year's grant review, Councilmember, at that time Councilmember, but Deputy Mayor now, McDonald and I really did try to provide some guidance to CRC to remind them of the purpose and intent of our grant program and suggest that they present a request this year that better serves our community members. So we have given them already one opportunity to try to do something that really serves our community. And I do write a check to CRC every year. I love what they do. They offer nutrition services, help for residents experiencing or at risk for homelessness, counseling and domestic violence services. The first 2 I mentioned also seem like a good fit for our precious grant dollars. And with escalating rents throughout our city, the second seems especially needed. So I would really like to see CRC come back to us with a grant that helps provide money for people who are really at risk of losing housing here, because our low-income population, we're losing them because they can't afford to stay.
Remember, they did this once with us. We had a program, and the administration cost from CRC was very high. So I love that idea, but I don't know
But
if
those,
it's
because
practical
they
for
were
them.
federal grant dollars at that time, so it was different.
I don't know about what those were. Deputy Mayor, did you want to chime in, and then we'll come to a conclusion here?
So the first time Solana Beach Community Connections applied for a city grant, we gave it directly to the
right.
Community Resource Center to try to find if there were seniors at risk to losing their apartments or homes or whatever it might be. And I know they did outreach for quite some time and only found one person who they did grant money to for, I think, 3 or 4 months. And so I feel like there's maybe a disconnect in the grant application versus what we think the need is. I would, and really the $5,000, I'm not sure whether it's going to seniors or to families or to individuals because it's not clear. And I'm not asking for names. I'm just asking for more clarification about who's receiving the funds. And maybe 15 people, obviously their administrative costs, maybe they need $300 worth of goods at Target, at holiday time. It's just the grant application doesn't make it clear as to how many people are being served and what the age group is. And let's not double count here because Solana Beach Community Connections would like to get the names of people from all of us about how we could expand the holiday basket program and are willing to do that.
So it sounds to me like the Community Connections is for seniors only, and that CRC is not just for seniors, it's for families. So I think they're distinctive. So it sounds to me like we all have, great regard for Community Resource Center, but we would like them to better serve our residents. And so let's come to an agreement on how much money we would give for their holiday family baskets for tonight, and then it looks like we may have money left over from there may be even more, but and we may be working with other organizations as well. But then have the city manager work with the CRC on better serving our community to see if we can get to the complement of $5,000 at some point. And then next year, hopefully, we will have given them direction to come up with an idea that better serves our Solana Beach residents. So now, is that okay with everybody? And yeah. Okay, you're the only one who wasn't shaking his head. Okay. All right. So how I put down 2,000. I see Zito put down 3,000. Edsa put down 1,500.
I had initially put down 2,000 as well.
Okay. So if you do 3,000 and 1,500, you can kind of come to 2,000. So can we agree to 2,000? And then, okay, let's put 2,000 there with a direction for the city manager to work with CRC to help identify specific needs in Solana Beach and hopefully work together to serve those.
Yes, and I can come back through a city manager update to let you all know what the CRC comes back with and works with us on that aligns with their mission and the needs of our residents.
Excellent.
Councilmember McDonald, would it be fair to represent you support the request of $2,000 as well? Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like everybody's 2,000 across the board. Edson and Zito have both agreed to 2,000. Okay, all right. Jalisciense, we've already got.
So smooth every time, Mayor. Congratulations.
La Colonia Community Foundation. More than happy to give them the full grant of $5,000 for all the good they do for our community. Everybody okay with that? Yeah, all right. Mainly Mozart. So I think we're all, there are a lot of questions. So are there, where do you all stand on mainly Mozart? Councilmember Edson?
So I may be a little jaded in their favor. My dad was a professional musician, and I know...
So was my dad.
Yes. So I know how important music programs are for kids, and I know how expensive instruments are. Mm-hmm. And I would like to give this one a chance. And, if we don't feel that we're getting the bang for the buck next year, then maybe reevaluate if they're before us again next year. But I'd like to try it.
And so what direction would you provide to the Mainly Mozart grant applicant?
I would say please get some advertising out there to let our community know. And maybe that is as simple, and city manager, you'll have to tell me if we can put the fact that there's a concert that's free in this location by this grant organization.
That's exactly what I was going to offer.
It's reading your mind.
You were.
Okay, excellent. All right, Councilmember Zito?
Yeah, I'm willing to give it a shot as well, being a former musician myself. But my comment, which is along the lines of the question I asked, though, is it's not just getting the information out there, but I'd like to make sure that there's a strong focus on trying to figure out how to encourage disadvantaged community members to be able to participate in this and how they can actually do it. I'm glad that the instruments are free. That's a huge, huge difference, but that also doesn't mean that it isn't going to 9 children that are, in billionaire families. We just don't know it. So
Right.
I would like to understand, are we helping the disadvantaged community do something with this money? Because it really is a lot of money for a very few set of people.
Yeah, okay. And Deputy Mayor, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
Just for the representatives here, we do have a weekly newsletters that's put out by the city, and certainly the events should be advertised in the weekly newsletter, which goes to quite a few Solana Beach residents. And I know that our local newspaper also will print things, if you provide a press release.
Yeah, and I'd like to just emphasize the reaching out to our disadvantaged youth somehow to encourage them to be part of the program so that we can encourage young musicians who might not otherwise have a chance and have access to a provided instrument. So yeah, let's do 5,000 all the way down, and hopefully we'll be able to continue over the years to support this.
And could I make another comment,
Sure.
Mayor? Just kind of echoing what you were saying and expanding on it, that we have Casa de Amistad, we have Boys and Girls Club. So there are, there are groups here within our community that have young people that could benefit from that music education. So I suggest that Mainly Mozart also reaches out to them and see if they can find a nexus.
Yeah, we've really been encouraging collaboration among all of the nonprofits within our community. And so we don't have duplication, but we also share the resources and opportunities. Okay, next up is...
I would just add for the council, in our early conversations with Mainly Mozart in advance of the application, they proactively reached out and offered to share information in advance. Didn't know about our newsletter, but said they'd be happy to have that their information shared out there. In conversations with staff, they were very forward in their desire to have Solana Beach residents attend their free events.
Wonderful, good. Look forward to that. Okay, North Coast Rep, we've already got them down for the Public Arts Fund. Pathways to Citizenship, I'm highly supportive of that. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Solana Beach Backpacks for Kids, absolutely. And the Free Farmers Market, 5,000 for everybody. Solana Beach Civic and Historical Society, absolutely, 2,000. Solana Beach Community
Sorry,
Connections, not collections. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Collections, and seniors. Yeah, he's rebranding. Okay, everybody's good with 5,000 for that. And the theater, Solana Beach Theater, Community Theater, we've got them in the Art Fund. Okay, so what does that all add up to? As soon as you put the community theater in there, oh, I guess I could.
So 47,000.
Yeah, sorry. Our total from general fund, based on your allocations here, would be $47,000 from our general fund allocation, and then $15,000 from the Public Arts Reserve Fund.
Okay, so that's 62,000 of the 75. Okay. So perhaps we can come back at a later time during the year, or what do you had a suggestion for what to do with any remaining grant funds that we might have?
Yes, we can come back, and maybe as you hit the, I'm looking at Rachel right now, in September, October, when we wrap up the closing out of this fiscal year that just ended yesterday. And happy new fiscal year to our finance director. We can look at the program, and if there's any additional funding that you want to allocate at that of the surplus, or just keep it the way it is.
Do we roll it over to the next year, or if
Or
we
you
don't
could
use
roll it over to the next year. So we could do it that way as well.
Okay, so we'll make that decision during the budget time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would that work, Rachel?
Yeah, I'll just add that since it's a new fiscal year, the money actually comes from fiscal year 27, so it doesn't need to roll. It's already in
great.
fiscal 27,
Okay.
so you have the whole fiscal year to spend that additional funds at a future date.
Okay, very good.
May I offer a recommendation as well, because I think it came up and it's a good plug for one of our work plan items that was mentioned by our Parks and Rec manager, is maybe that all of these organizations at some point work to participate in our stakeholder roundtable for that collaboration and facilitating getting the information out to other organizations again, so we aren't overlapping or duplicating efforts, but really maximizing the opportunities. So if that's okay, maybe we can also put that into the final decision and just memorialize that. And we'll get some more information out in the fall when we start that group.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, this wasn't as painful as some years.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you for the new format, too. It looks great.
Oh,
Much clearer.
I would take the opportunity to inform you and our grant recipients. Thank you all for your engagement in the program. Thank you all for back and forth with staff. In addition to the form-based application that was done this year, we'll also be doing a form-based reporting and expenses for this year as well. So when we come back and look at the expenses this year, they should also look in a more standard form and
Great.
form-based for you and the council.
It definitely helps. Okay, so it looks like we need to adopt a resolution 2026-088, authorizing the funding for the selected community grant applicants for financial assistance under the fiscal year 26-27 community grant program. May I have a motion to that effect?
I'm sorry.
But it's just
Before
27.
before we make this motion, I just want to put one clarification for CRC, because we have 2,000 up there.
All right.
But do you want to add in that if they work with staff and identify a program, that we can bring that back through kind of at the city manager's discretion, but I would report out to you of something that would
Yes,
align.
so that would be another 3,000 to add to this amount.
Is that
Yes.
good for everybody?
No,
Okay.
okay, I'm good with that. Okay, all right. So Deputy Mayor McDonald has made a motion to that effect. May I have a second, please? Second by Edson. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dion. Appreciate it. Thank you to all of our applicants. We really appreciate all that you do for our community. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you. All right. Any work plan comments? I had a note about perhaps fines for fireworks that are put, yeah. Did you have any? Yeah.
Yes, so there is a fine structure already in place.
Okay.
So our municipal code prohibits the possession and use, maybe I could even turn this over to our city attorney, of fireworks and it references the state regulations. Do you want to summarize that more specifically? Because I don't think that we need it in our code or work plan, because it does cross-reference, but I'll turn it over to Jenna to share a little bit more specifics.
It is in our code, but it essentially, as Alyssa was saying, is a cross-reference to the fire code itself. And it essentially says, without reading the whole thing, but you can look under sections 15.32030 as well as 15.32.350. But one contains a definition of what is a firework. And then the next one, the second section that I mentioned, says that fireworks shall not be sold, manufactured, disposed, or discharged within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city, etc. And then there is a fine, and I've lost it.
1,000.
Yeah, so it says punish, it is, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor upon conviction and punishable by a fine not to exceed $1,000 or by imprisonment in the county jail.
Okay, so there was an item that Carlsbad had enacted a code to fine $1,000 for each event. So that was a community member has reached out to a couple of us and suggested that we do the same. There are certain neighborhoods where folks continue to do their own little fireworks, kind of all over the place, and that if they were to be caught, what would the fine be if it says up to $1,000? Is there something we would need to put in that it would be $1,000? And that should probably come to council for a discussion, but so it should, okay, so then I guess my request for it to be put on the work plan remains. Okay, not before, can we do this quickly?
So if we hear fireworks in our neighborhood, do we call the sheriff?
I don't know if they can get there,
I know.
It's just not gonna happen. It happened. Last year, there were just so many that were going off. It was not wonderful. And for a couple days, yes, exactly. Okay, any compensation reimbursement disclosures? Council commission reports? Yeah, Councilmember Edson?
Yes, so NCTD has rolled out an operations performance dashboard. It was established in March 2025 to improve decision-making, transparency, and access to key operational data. It's accessible to both the board and to the public. It provides real-time insight into key metrics such as ridership and on-time performance, current performance data, historical trends through a 5-year rolling view, and expanded mode-specific details. So if anyone is interested, I invite you to take a peek at gonctd.com. They did a great job.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was really impressed.
Good, very good. All right, I see no other reports. I will say happy birthday, Solana Beach, and see everybody tomorrow night at the beach to celebrate some more. And we'll adjourn this meeting until July 15th. Good night, all.